Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today and that you had a fabulous new year and that you're also interested in doing some reading and productivity sprints. But I'm assuming that because you're here, you probably are interested in doing them. So that's a fabulous thing. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction. I do reading sprints every Friday, and I just have, in my opinion, the best community because you all are just awesome. And I'm so happy to be here this week. It has been an extremely trying week. So getting to sit here and just hang out with all of you is awesome. I'm really excited about that. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Every single week, I always ask fun questions, kind of gets conversation flowing, gets people thinking about sometimes some interesting and occasionally existential things, I guess, that I think is really fun. And so if you're interested in answering any of those questions, feel free to put your answers in the chat box or in the comment box down below. I have officially started Pachinko by Min Jin Lee. Excuse me. This was a National Book Award finalist and was considered one of the top 10 books of the year for 2017, according to, I think it was the New York Times. Yes. And so I've held on to this book for the last 6 or 7 years that I've had this copy, and I have decided that I'm officially going to read it, but I'm really interested to see kind of what this book holds. I have high hopes for it. I should, I guess, tell you a little bit about what it's about. So, briefly, this is the story of 4 generations of one family who have been exiled from their home country of Korea, and they are currently living in Japan. So, I think this is really cool. Super excited for 2024 and my new reading goal for the year. This is officially my second book of the year. So, I'm ready to just kind of dive in and get ahead of everything much more than I did last year in January. So I think it's going to be awesome. This is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a snack, grab a beverage, curl up under a blanket if you got one. Tonight, I'm just drinking water. I was originally going to get myself, I was thinking about drinking an amaretto sour, but then Keaton surprised me because it's been a rough week, but today was really just just kind of put me through the ringer. And so he came home early and he brought me some special cookies that he got actually from a bakery. And I had one of those and it was super rich. So I just didn't have any room for any more sugar in my blood. So I decided I'm just going to drink water for the rest of the evening. But I was really excited about those cookies. It was lovely. So now that I've done my little spiel, I got to come in and see who all is here. Kay was the first one coming in. Hi, Kay. She says, hi, hope everyone is well. Hopping over from Katie's sprints, working on my step and water goals, my journal, and hoping to get some reading in, sharing some sprint hopper joy with the like button. Thank you so much, Kay. Happy to see you. Robert, hello. For this stream, I'll either be reading These Burning Stars by Bethany Jacobs or Gardens of the Moon by Steve Erickson. Well, let me know which one you end up choosing. I hope that both of them are fabulous as always. By the way, Robert, I was really happy to see that you did enjoy The Vanished Birds and that you gave it 4 stars. So I can't remember if I mentioned that to you last time or if it was just that I saw it on Goodreads. Brain's a little bit of a jumble after the holidays, but I was really glad that you enjoyed it. Hey, Mary Lou, she says, hi, everyone. Cherry Cheetah coming in says, hello and Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year to you as well. Miss Starbuck coming in. Hello. I'm glad you could make it this week. Kat says, I'm filming, but we'll hang out soon. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Good luck with your filming. Miss Starbuck says, good luck filming as well. Mary Lou says, I'm reading Constable Country by Catherine Aird. Very nice. And Nicole says, hello. Hi, Nicole. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Happy New Year to you. Glad you could make it. She says, hello. I'm going to finish Berserk Deluxe Volume 13, then continue with Murtaugh by Christopher Paolini. Oh, so you're actually, yes, you're reading that. Awesome. I hope that you're liking it. I still have Inheritance to read by him, so I haven't officially finished the Inheritance cycle yet, but I was really curious because he wrote that so late after the other books, and I thought he had like moved on from Aragon now that he had like his big sci-fi debut, but he came back and wrote Murtaugh, and it's like, okay, curious to know what that's like. Faye says, hello, Faye. I hear you on the trying week. I'll be reading The Island of Missing Trees. Very nice. I'm sorry to hear that your week was rough as well, Faye. I hope that the weekend is much kinder to you. Miss Starbuck says, I've read The Midnight Library. Yay! You've asked my thoughts on it, and it's absolutely amazing. I really recommend the book. 5 stars. So many lovely quotes and life lessons. Wow. I love that. Yeah, this the Midnight Library kind of sparked a great controversy on the live last time, of like some people being like, I really liked it, and other people being like, I really didn't like it. Quite a divisive book, and I'm curious to see what I end up thinking about it, but I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. That's awesome. You said, mostly I am noting down 2, maybe 3 quotes from a book, but on this book I was constantly noting down quotes and sometimes whole pages. Haha, that's awesome. I'm glad that her writing, or no, his, because it's Matt Haig, right? Yes, I'm glad his writing resonated with you. I don't know if like what else he's written or if this was a debut novel, but if it's not a debut, are you interested in reading some of his other works? Cherry says, I'll do some Duolingo lessons and read my trashy paranormal romance because sometimes I'm in a mood for some entertaining trash. That's awesome. Yes, that you need that in your life. You need fun reads every now and again, and I do those sometimes as well. And Miss Starbuck says, I will try to finish my book bundle with multiple winter stories this evening. Awesome. That sounds fabulous. Really quick before we jump into sprints, I'll just get it out of the way this evening. If you all would like to know the saga of my car, if you were here last week, you already know I hit a really bad pothole. For those of you who weren't here last week, hi, I hit a really bad pothole. As some of you know, I went through and I got my new wheel because I had a bent rim. I also got a wheel bearing done at a different shop than the one that I went to for my rim, just because it was around the holidays and it was also going to be less expensive and I could kind of get it done quickly. Well, I noticed I was still having some issues with my car, but I was talking with my dad and with Keaton and with my friend, and they were all telling me like, well, your car should be safe to drive, because if it wasn't safe to drive, then they wouldn't tell you that you could drive it, right? I was like, yeah, that makes logical sense. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So the shop that replaced my wheel bearing, I ended up going over to the Toyota today because my car is a Toyota, and I wanted them to take a look at stuff just because I had already paid for all of the maintenance that I had done on the side I hit the pothole on. Well, the issue that I'm having now is actually on the opposite side. So go over there. I know I've had my wheel bearing replaced and everything, and I'm like, I just want you guys to take a look. I want you to inspect my car and tell me what's wrong with it, because I know something's wrong with it, even though Belle was saying that it's fine. Well, they come back and they actually sent me a video of my CV joint. Now, if you don't know anything about cars, it's totally okay. You don't have to give a crap about cars on this channel, because I'm happy to elaborate for you, because I know at least a little bit. I'm not a mechanic, but I know enough to be dangerous. We'll put it that way. So what your CV joint is it's your CV axle, right? Is the part that connects your transmission to your wheel. It's what allows your tires to rotate while you're going down the road. Well, on each end of your axle, you have a joint, your CV joints. And one of mine was very badly leaking grease. Well, the indication when your joint is leaking grease is that your boot, the boot that covers it, that holds the grease inside, that helps keep it lubricated, has torn in some fashion, and that means that the joint needs to be replaced. In all cases, it means the joint needs to be replaced, and usually with it, the entire axle. People don't usually just replace that one part of their car. Well, come to find out from Toyota that Belle Tire found it. The company that I went to found it. And they put a zip tie on my car and let me drive away like that. Didn't ever mention to me that it was damaged, because I can tell you right now, if they had, I already knew about axles and everything. I would have immediately had it replaced. So I drove around for 500 miles on my car in an extremely dangerous situation because what happens when the boot is torn is dirt, sand, salt, everything gets in there and it ruins the joint. And one of two things will happen: either it will seize up while you're driving. If you're lucky, it'll happen when your car's parked and you just won't be able to move it. But it'll either seize up while you're driving or it will tear itself apart while you're going down the road. So, I had that realization today that I put not only myself, but much more upsettingly, Keaton in my car for the holidays, driving around to visit everybody for 500 miles. And we could have died. To put it mildly, we were extremely lucky. So I'm not one of those people that is confrontational by nature. It's just not who I am. I don't yell at anybody. I don't live my life that way. And I didn't yell at anybody today, just so you know. But I did go over to the company who replaced my wheel bearing, and I sat in the manager's office and I explained to him exactly why he was going to give me a refund for the entirety of all of the work that they did on my car for my wheel bearing, because they let me drive in a dangerous situation and didn't have the decency to tell me that it was, even though they knew that something was wrong. And by the end of it, even though the manager was a ball buster, I'm a woman, so that doesn't apply to me. And I got my refund. So still have to have my axle changed, which is really expensive, but now I'm going to have a little bit more money to be able to do that with. And I mean, good on them, the company, for like giving me my money back. They have to cut me a check and everything for it, so it has to come in the mail. But they're doing right by me, in my opinion. But it was just an extremely upsetting situation. So anyway, that's what's going on with me. And then there was just some other news that I found out this week that was really difficult. And so this is like the straw that broke the camel's back today. And I had to go and finally just stick up for myself because I was done with it all. But it's okay. That's why I'm really happy to be here. I wanted to get that just the heck out of the way so that I wouldn't talk about it anymore tonight unless somebody else wanted to talk about it. So thank you for listening. I love you. Bless you for doing that. You're so sweet. But now I can get back to my comments. So Ms. Starbucks said, I've searched for Matt Haig right after finishing, and I already have a few more from him on my wish list. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Hi, Nicole. I'm glad you could make it this week. Welcome. Mary Lou says, oh dear. Yeah. Nicole says, a zip tie? That's ridiculous. I'm glad you're okay and nothing happened to you guys. Yeah, me too. I can't even begin to tell you. Because here's the thing, like, I'm not one of those people that ever wants something to happen to me. That's not what I mean. But when I realized that I had Keaton in the car for the bulk of those 500 miles I was driving, if anything had happened to him, I would have felt like it was my fault, even though I know that it wasn't. I wasn't driving like that on purpose. I had no idea. But I would have felt personally responsible. So I'm just extremely grateful to, the powers that be, whatever that might be, that, we were safe. So very, very grateful for that. Miss Starbucks says, wow, I'm so glad you and Keaton are still safe. Angels on your shoulders. Apparently got some positive force looking out for us. Big hug. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I do have my first question for you all tonight. I'm going to start this when I begin the sprint. I'm going to put 30 minutes up on the clock. So I'm going to do that here in just a second. But your question is, would you rather have telekinesis, the ability to move things with your mind, or telepathy, the ability to read minds? And so think about that one while we got our sprints up, and I will pull up our sweet little Pomodoro kitty here. And we should be good to go. So happy reading. I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. I actually almost didn't hear the cat over my little space heater. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 21 in Pachinko. This is like a little bit longer of a novel. It's 479 pages, so it's probably going to take me a little bit to get through, but isn't that just a beautiful cover? I really love the art of this. That's originally what kind of drew me to this story, as I randomly picked it off the shelf of a Barnes & Noble all those years ago, and it's just been hanging out. I knew I'd get to it one day, so I guess now is that time. But I did end up asking the question, would you prefer telekinesis, so having the ability to move things, or telepathy, which is the ability to read minds? And the first person to say their answer was Mary Lou. She said telepathy, as long as I can turn it off. Yes, there would be nothing worse than constantly being able to hear everybody else's thoughts and not, you wouldn't even be able to focus. It'd be like having the TV on in the background all the time. It would be so distracting. Nicole says, telekinesis, I don't want to know what others are thinking unless they tell me. Yes, I would 100% agree with that. I also would be in for telekinesis, because I think the idea of moving things with your mind would be really fun. I would be uncomfortable knowing what other people thought of me, because I feel like I would end up discovering, if like I could read people's minds, how two-faced sometimes people can be. And I always try to be like a very honest person. And so like if I were to discover that like somebody were lying, or they were like falsely being nice or something, I would be devastated, and I would probably be angry all the time. And I just don't want that. So I'd rather have the ability to move things. Mary Lou says, I don't want to read every mind all the time. Yeah, agreed. Faye says, telekinesis. I'm sitting here wishing for it right now. Whose mind are, no, not, you said telekinesis. So what is it that you're wanting to move, Faye? Is that you're sitting down in a chair and there's like something over on the other side of the room and you're like wanting to bring it to you? What would be that thing? I think right now, the book that I'm reading, they're talking about food and tea. I wish that I had the ability to like make tea in the other room and just like have it float to me right now and just have a nice warm mug of tea. That would be a lot of fun. Alicia, hello. You said hello. I would rather have telekinesis. Yes, absolutely. Cherry Cheetah says telekinesis. I'm so lazy when it comes to getting up for things. So would you rather just like sit and like not exert yourself? And you're like, no, I'll get it only if I absolutely have to. But if you had telekinesis, you could just get it whenever you wanted. I get that, honestly. Robert says, telepathy would be depressing. I would like to toss stuff around. Yes. I started Gardens of the Moon. Very nice. Pages 30 to 42, 28 pages, our intro, list of names, maps. Daughter just handed me a Reese's Pieces, by the way. Very nice. I know that you love your Reese's Pieces, but I don't think I ever asked you, Robert, if that was your favorite candy or if it's just one that you favor. Because I have lots of candies that I favor, but very few favorites. So, but yeah, I'm with you. I think telepathy would be really sad. And Mary Lou said, must go. Pizza just arrived. We'll try to come back later. Have a great time. We'll enjoy your pizza. That sounds awesome. Nicole says 16 pages and lots of distractions. Well, hey, you know what? You got 16 pages, so well done. I also wanted to ask you, Nicole, did you end up finishing Life After Life, or did you end up having to DNF it? And if you did finish it, how did you like it? What did you think? Since that was like a random book I picked on your behalf. And Miss Starbucks says, I was on the ceiling because of the cat. You were on the ceiling because of the cat? How did you get on the ceiling? How did that happen? Faye says, I read 16 pages of The Island of Missing Trees. Very nice. Couple 16s in here. Miss Starbucks said, I would choose telekinesis because I already experienced telepathy with some persons, especially my love. It's funny you say that, because Keaton and I, we have like that special bond where we always seem to know, or at least a lot of the time we know what the other person's thinking. So like 9 times out of 10, we get it right. And so we end up laughing really hard whenever we get it wrong, because it's usually something that's like, it's like this, it's like totally crossed. And very confusing. And so I get that. It's kind of like mind reading, you're just like, the other person so well that you can just imagine what they're thinking. I get that. But Keaton and I are also very similar people. We have the same personality type, basically, though we're still like different people, of course. Nicole says, "Ooh, Pachinko. I have that on my TBR. I love the cover put out by Apollo UK too." Oh, I haven't seen that one. I'm going to have to go take a look at that here when we go on our next sprint. I always love it seeing the different covers that various books get. This is my opinion. I think the UK gets a lot of really nice editions of books. I don't know what it is, but their editions, I look at them and I'm like, how are they so nice? But I have seen booktubers who have done comparisons of UK and like the American editions, and sometimes they're jealous of our editions. So I don't know. But the UK has the Folio Society. So, who's really winning here? Cherry Chia said, I did 5 lessons of Japanese. Very nice. And read 1.5 of the chapters of the Luna Trials. Very cool. I wonder, because there's a Korean and there's Japanese in this book, like just some like very short like words or phrases. I wonder how many of these you would know. I think that's really cool. Faye says, pretty much everything. I'm comfy and it's cold. Yeah, I get that. Kay says, read a chapter in The Lightning Thief and working on my journal. Very nice. Oh, I did finally finish my reading journal for 2024. I should say my stats journal. I have like my reading journal that I write my reviews in, right? And then I have my stats journal. So now that that's done, I'll officially be able to make my 2023 statistics video and get that published in January. Hopefully people would still be interested in seeing that, even though it's not like the end of December. But I always put a lot of effort into my stats because I track so much throughout the year, and I have like 5 years worth of data in that journal, and it's officially full, which I'm really excited about, which means I'll have to get another one. And I love that for me. That's beautiful. I set my record last year for the most books that I've ever read, which made me very happy. And my goal this year is even higher. So rah rah for me. I will get there. Miss Starbucks says, I've read 16 pages so far. Man, we had 3 people who read 16 pages. That's awesome. That's funny. I wonder how that happened. Nicole says, I did finish Life After Life. Good rec. Loved the time loop and Nietzsche connections. Had a hard time ranking it. Okay, that's very fair. I'm curious what I'm going to end up thinking about it. I'm gonna have to, because I picked it for you. I feel like it would only be fair that I have to get to it sometime soon. I probably won't in January, but maybe I'll be able to in February. For January, I was thinking about finally reading Red Rising, which is a book that I've gotten like so many recommendations for, and I have the e-copy of, so I'll probably be reading that after Pachinko. And then in terms of the other book I was going to read this month, I've kind of been going back and forth on it a little bit because I was thinking, of course, of starting the 3 Body Problem, because I just got that set for Christmas, and I'm like, I really need to get to that. Of course, I need to get to like everything. So I'm really fine picking whatever book I want, I guess. And you said currently reading The Poppy Wars. I've heard a lot about The Poppy Wars. That's another one that was like very highly regarded, if I recall correctly, though I don't like have a copy of it. I don't know anything about the plot specifically. I've just heard the name mentioned many times. Miss Starbucks says, on the ceiling because the cat jump scared me. That's how I meant it. I'm not sure if I used the phrase on the ceiling correct or if I am translating it too literal. Well, so ceiling in English is spelled actually with a C. It's C EILING, sealing, instead of seal like a stamped seal. So that's why at first when I read that, I was able to figure out what you meant. But my brain got confused for a moment, but that's usually on me. I feel like every time I come on here and I start reading people's comments, I'm so focused on literally what people are saying that sometimes I don't read between the lines, which normally I do, but something about being on a live show and having to read out loud to people, my brain just like shorts out for a second. So it's really no big deal at all. But I knew what you meant. And Nicole said, I agree that UK gets some great covers. They really do. And to the point where there was one time, now, of course, I have my Folio Society editions. So those are different just because, like, it's a specific publisher. But I had one book that I spent entirely too much money. It was like over $30 just to get the UK edition of it. And then, funny enough, once I received it, I didn't even end up liking it because I loved the cover. The cover was fantastic, and the book that I am referring to is "The Ocean at the End of the Lane." So the original, like, U.S. version of it is this image. It's like a picture, and the one that I really liked from the UK was actually an illustrated cover, which I thought the illustrated cover, which was much prettier. But the US version, the font type was a lot nicer. The way that the pages were laid out was nicer, and it also had deckled edges. So I thought that the UK edition was going to be printed the exact same. And it turns out that it wasn't. So I got it, and it was printed just like a regular book, and like the type and everything in it I thought was awful. And so I had like three different, it's ridiculous. I had three different editions of that book at that point because it was my first ever Neil Gaiman book, and I just loved it so much. And so I actually, because I had recommended that so much to a friend of mine, I gave it to him for him to read. And so that's his edition. So he has like a special UK edition of The Ocean at the End of the Lane that I gave up. So, yeah, I don't know. Alicia says, I hope Keaton is feeling better. Oh, thank you. Yes, he is doing a lot better. He has a little bit of a cough, but he was teasing me that the fact that I made him take NyQuil was to his betterment, because I cannot begin to express to you how much he hates it. Like, I actually think that the taste of NyQuil with the Vicks in it and it's all minty, I like it. It's not like candy. Like, I don't want to sit and drink it, but like for a medicine, I'm like, this is good. When you have strep throat as a kid, you drink some like really nasty medicine. So I'm over here like, NyQuil's great. He hates it. And so when I told him, I was like, you need to take this so that you can, have the cough suppressant and you can sleep. He was not happy, but it did work. So there you go. I always keep NyQuil in the house. Dayquil and NyQuil. Nicole said, yes, do read. I'd love to hear your thoughts on Life After Life. My review will be up with others next Saturday. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Fabulous. I look forward to hearing about that. Miss Starbucks says, do you have a favorite author, Alex? Oh, no. That is really hard to answer. I have multiple favorite authors, and honestly, it depends on the genre, just because there's so many different genres that I enjoy. For horror, obviously, I've read like a crap ton of Stephen King, a lot of Stephen King. For fantasy, Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett are my two go-tos, because Discworld is one of my favorite things in the world, and Neil Gaiman is just so original, and he has such an excellent writing style. For science fiction, Blake Crouch and Becky Chambers are my two favorites. Blake Crouch I like because I enjoy the way that he incorporates the science into his books, and he does it in a really fun and I think like interesting and thrilling way. Becky Chambers is an author that I read because her books make me feel good. Like, she's just one of those people that she writes so positively about humanity and about the future and about like what our lives could be, versus a lot of science fiction, which is pretty doom and gloom overall. And so, yeah, but there's so many. It's so hard. Those are just the ones off the top of my head, but there are others, of course, that I love a whole lot as well outside of that. But yeah, I hope that helps. Kat, hello, Kat. No, don't even apologize for being late. I'm glad that you were filming and taking time for yourself. I know things have been super busy for you lately. You said, hey, everyone, I just finished filming my Mardi Gras TBR. I'll be editing instead of reading. Well, that's fabulous. I'm very proud of you. I have a video. My hands made a weird sound. Sorry. I have a video that's going to be coming out on Sunday that I'm excited about because lately other than my live shows that I've been doing, I have only been able to manage one video a week, which feels very bad to me. I hate it, but I also have been working on being kinder to myself, and I'm happy that the content that I've made that people have been interested in. So the video that's going to be coming out on Sunday is actually my review of Neil Stephenson's book Seven Eves, which is like an anticipated review from some of my subscribers who saw that I was reading that and were like, we want to know what you think. So made a whole video about it. I'm really excited to release that. Cat Alicia says, hi, Cat. And of course, Cat says, Alicia, kissy face. Miss Starbucks says, oh my God, you are right. How on earth did I spell that wrong? Haha, I blame the time here. Okay. Oh, it's 11:55 or yeah, 11:55. So you're like almost into tomorrow, or you probably are by now. Yeah. Happy tomorrow. We're still here in the past. And no worries at all. If it's any consolation, I am one of the world's worst spellers. I swear. It's like embarrassing. I don't know if I've ever said this on here before, but my mom, when I was growing up, would tease me about it. Like I can think of two different times that she ever looked at me and was like, for as much as you read, I can't believe that you can't spell. I don't know what it is. I just was never, I think it was like my education that I got, that we weren't like, I don't know, we weren't taught very well on how to do that. So some people were just naturally good at it because they memorized it, and other people weren't, and that was me. Robert says, the grace of kings, I want that head of Zeus and Ad Astra book cover, Mounds Bar, and Kinder Happy Hippo cocoa cream biscuits are my favorite candy. Ooh, cocoa cream biscuits. Ooh, yes. I like those Happy Hippo candies. I know exactly what you're talking about. Those are so good. Kat says, I think I'd like telekinesis. Telepathy would be dangerous. Not sure I'd like to know what's going on in another person's thoughts. Now, if I could read my fur baby's mind or ice cream bar's mind. Oh, yeah. That, honestly, yeah, I would like to know what Barker is thinking throughout the day. That would be lovely. I guess the one benefit is if you could read minds and you were like a lawyer, you could catch bad guys. You'd be able to like find out what their secrets are or how they did things and be able to like go and find evidence. That might be cool. So I guess if I was, I'm going to say cursed with telepathy because I don't want it. If I was cursed with telepathy, I would become a prosecutor. That would be really cool. And Cass says, laughing face. Nicole says, my husband just talked through your entire comment on covers. Guess who's watching back during this sprint? No worries at all. Conversations with your significant other this late at night are important. I know that usually when I'm on sprints is when I get my chance to talk to Keaton. So I totally understand. No worries. And Nicole says, hi, Kat. And Kat says, hi, Nicole. Love Neil Gaiman. I know you do, Kat. That's one of the things we have so many things that we both enjoy, but I love it because you introduced me to other things that I don't know much about as well. So thank you for that. Miss Starbucks says, oh, yes, the zero was on the clock. And you said, oh my God, that sounds like science fiction, that you were still in the past. That's the weird thing about traveling on a plane. You can travel back in time, which I think is just wild. Now, I know time's relative and it's not really, but it's the principle of the thing, right? It's the concept of it, I think is funny. And Nicole says, don't worry. In middle school, my grade got to skip spelling because the school decided we'd learn spelling from reading. We didn't. No one in my graduating class could spell well. Well, your school system failed you in that regard the same way that it failed me. I actually don't remember having a spelling class. We probably did, but I don't remember having it, which means that it wasn't impressed upon us very hard. I don't know. I like school. I actually used to love school when I was there, but yeah, it wasn't my subject at all. Well, thank you everybody. That was a fabulous conversation. And so I have another question for you all while I get our next set of sprints up, and that is, if you are a pet person, what is your favorite species and why? And it could be any pet. Any animal could be a pet. Doesn't matter. So let me know in the comments, and I'm gonna get our kitty back up here. Oh, and Alicia says, I'm going to watch The Lighthouse and hopefully catch the rest of sprints whenever it's over. Sounds good. Enjoy your time. Alicia, I'll see you later. All right, everybody. Enjoy your reading, and I will see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you doing with your reading. I was having one of those times when I was reading where like my my eyes would be going down the page, but my brain was drifting off somewhere else. So I only read 10 pages during that time. But you know what? It's okay. It's been a long week. We must be nice to ourselves. So let me know how you did. Hopefully better than me. And yes, I asked a question before we went on our sprint, which is if you were a pet person, what is your favorite species and why? And the very first person to answer was Miss Faye, who said dogs, 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 and more dogs. Awesome. And Kat was asking Alicia if it was the one with the Willem Dafoe, and that was the movie The Lighthouse. And Faye said, "Dogs love dog love should require no explanation," and it doesn't. No, absolutely not. And Nicole says chickens and or pigs. Chickens are so fun to watch and hang out with, and pigs are amazing. Pigs are incredibly intelligent, and I think it's really cool that people use them for truffle hunting. Chickens are fun. I didn't know much about them before I met Keaton, but he grew up in like a much more rural area than I did, and his family had some animals, including chickens, and all of the chickens were his, so they were his responsibility. He named all of them. He took care of them. At the ends of the day, they would go and they would roost up in the rafters of their barn, and sometimes also in the really tall trees. So Keaton would have to go and climb in a bunch of places he probably shouldn't have to go and get them to bring them back to their like little chicken coop for the evening and stuff. And he speaks about them very fondly, and so I've learned a lot about chickens, and they're pretty cool. They're also very bold, which is why I find the fact that we use, the phrase, "What are you, a chicken?" To mean like cowardly. It's like chickens are actually very brave. They're foolhardy. They don't know that they're small, and they don't care, especially roosters. Have you ever seen people get attacked by a rooster? They are vicious, but they're meant to be, right? Because they're supposed to be protecting the hens. So I don't get that. Like, oh, are you chicken? No idea. Alicia says, yes, Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson. Nice. I have not seen that. I'm not really sure I've even heard of that. And Kat says, such a great movie. And Alicia says, I choose sharks. They're so powerful and mysterious. But would you have one as a pet? And I mean, I guess if you had unlimited resources and you could build them like a really nice big aquarium of some kind, you could probably have a shark as a pet. I mean, I'm sure somebody out there who's, very wealthy, much wealthier than me, would be able to do that. Actually, speaking of sharks, I just signed a petition today. I sign a lot of petitions to help wild animals, and I signed one today to help end shark cruelty. So I always hope that when people put those together that they actually do something for the world, and some of them do result in action, but of course not all of them. So I'm hoping that that one does, because I also like sharks, and I think that they're very misrepresented. People think that they kill so many people in a year. It's like more people are struck by lightning in a year than are bitten by sharks. So yeah, it does happen, but people also get bitten by dogs. So I don't know, I think they're cool. Alicia says, I'm glad you liked it, Kat. I have high hopes that I'll love it. Kat says, it's weird, terrific performances, and artsy. Alicia says, I guess I wouldn't have a shark as a pet, but I stand by my choice. LOL, I love that. And Kat says, mammals, all the mammals. Yeah, I'm with you, Kat. Usually if they're like fuzzy in any way, even if they're not small, they can be big mammals. I typically like them. I do love animals in general, though admittedly, I would not have any animal as a pet. Absolutely not. Some animals should not be kept as pets. I've seen some people who have, like they rescued cubs, like bear cubs when they were little, and they just raised them, even though they grew up to be, the size of like a black bear or a grizzly bear, and they're nice. They're nice animals, but I am one of those people that looks at them and I'm like, they could hurt you one day. If they got really upset, they could. So I would not keep any animal as a pet, just knowing that like it's kind of like which circus was it that was it the Ringling Brothers who had the lions, or the tigers, worked with them for their entire lives until one day, they got mauled by one and it killed them during one of their shows. Can't remember. Don't mess with wild animals. That's all I'm saying. Even if you have the feeling that you want to pet a tiger because it looks like a cat, don't do it. And Cherry Cheetah says, I like almost all animals. I can't pick just one, but if I had to do, then Indian condor. Oh, condor, that's cool. That's the one I love to see every time I visit the zoo with my dad. That is so sweet. So, do you and your dad like to go to the zoo often? We have a really nice zoo where I live, actually, kind of like in like the state regions, tri-state area, if you will. We have some really nice areas to travel to for zoos, and I like the ones that are really focused on conservation. That they don't just like some of them like will breed the animals in captivity in the hopes that one day they'll be able to be released into the wild, which I think is great. But then there's the ones that also bring in the injured animals that couldn't survive out in the wild, and they keep them safe in the zoo. So I like the ones that are focused on just like helping to keep the species going. I think that's really cool. Cherry Cheetah says, now I'm planning to get a condor tattoo as a memorial to my dad. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry to hear that he passed away. I think that's really sweet that you two love to go to the zoo and that you have such fond memories. And I think that that's a lovely idea. I think tattoos are the coolest. I have, you could say, I guess, studied tattoo art since I was about like 15, 16 years old. So I know a lot about it in terms of like how it's done, the equipment that's used, the art styles, and like the techniques and everything. I don't have any myself, but I probably will one day because I think that the art is really cool. And I always appreciate it on other people. I like to see other people's tattoos. And Nicole says, I prefer cats. I love my dogs dearly, but when they are gone, I'll never do dogs again. Cats aren't as needy. That's understandable. I have never had a cat as a pet. I've only ever had dogs, but I do love cats. I think that they're very, like, some of them, of course, are very snuggly, and other ones don't really want you to pet them. I guess that's one of the things I love about dogs is that I, yeah, some of them are super needy, but I also like that they want to be near me. Like it's that comfort, of Barker. He's in his bed laying over here and he's just napping, but he came in here because he wanted to be close by, which is why I left the door cracked behind me so he could walk in. And it's nice to know that he just wants to be near. But I do love cats. They're really sweet. Though admittedly, I don't think I've ever come across an animal that I didn't like. That's true too. Yeah, love, not live. I knew what you meant. You said, I would love to have a pet armadillo as well. If you've never watched them hop around together, leaves and twigs, I highly recommend. I'm going to have to look that up now. Oh, that sounds lovely. That's adorable. And Robert says, page 42 to 56. I've had cats on and off, mostly on for 35 years. They're hilarious. I would like a capybara. Capybaras are so cute. I love like the little noises that they make, and they just seem so happy all the time, and they get along with every animal species. Like, it cracks me up to see photographs of capybaras with all their like non-capybara companions. So cute. So yeah, I totally get that. And I think your cats are really beautiful, Robert. When I've seen them in your Instagram posts, they're very pretty. So totally. I know why you would love them. They're adorable. Miss Starbucks says, I love sharks as well, Alicia. Faye says, somehow I read 25 pages on this sprint. Good job. You did way better than me. Go, Faye. And Nicole says 18 pages. Very nice. Miss Starbuck, 20 pages. Awesome. You said, I would love to be able to go along with all animals, actually, like that I am kind of an animal whisperer and I can hug them all, even the dangerous ones, and they won't hurt me. Yeah, it's catching them in the right mood, right? Um, yeah, I am one of those people that I see an animal and I'm like, oh, I would love to pet them. And then the rational part of my brain comes in and is like, I would probably die. So I live with a lot of love in my heart, but also cautiously. Nicole says, sharks are just curious animals with no hands, so they just take a nibble to see what's up. So true. When your mouth is 4 feet wide, a nibble is just a lot. I love that. I have never heard anybody put it that way, but you're a master wordsmith there, Nicole. That was beautiful. And Faye says, nobody. Sharks. Oh, hi, chomp. Miss Starbucks says sloths are so cute as well. They are. Uh, sloths are actually Keaton's favorite animal. He adores them. And so I have thought that one day it would be really nice to go to one of the zoos. I think we actually have one that's a state away from us that will allow you, if you pay a certain amount of money, they'll let you like be hugged by a sloth. And I think he would just melt into a puddle and just be content for ages because he loves them so much. Apparently, a lot of people really love sloths. There's a lady that I work with who's a friend of mine who that's her favorite animal too. Cat says, cats are my favorite domestic and wild cats, but I really love ferrets. Ferrets are fun because they're quite mischievous, and I like that their bodies are just so flexible. I think that they're pretty incredible, like the way that their spines and everything are made. They have these faces that kind of remind me a little bit of otters. I don't know why, but there's something about them where they just seem like so cheeky, kind of. They're cheeky. And Nicole says dogs are such companions that a sign of dementia is that they don't want. Dogs are such companions that a sign of dementia is that they don't want to be near you. Really? I have never heard that before. That's very interesting. That's really sad too. That's so sad. Kat says sloths are precious. Capybaras are adorable. Kay says I got to chapter 6 and now supper is ready. Very nice. Miss Starbucks says, I'm getting pretty tired at the moment. It's 12:45 there. So I'm going to bed now. It was fun again. Bye all. Thank you, Miss Starbucks. So happy to see you. Glad you could visit. Nicole says, night, Miss Starbuck. Kat says, I had a pair of ferrets called Zig and Zag. Andrew named them. Andrew, he comes up with all of these cool names for pets, ice cream bar for your snake. I just love that. Great, great names. I have never been somebody, in my opinion, that is excellent at naming things. I go to trivia every week with my friends, or every week that we can go, and we always have to come up with a team name, and it is an extremely rare occasion that the name that I put forth is the one that is selected, because I don't know, I don't feel like I'm good at naming things. I didn't come up with Barker's name or Ash's name. Actually, the only pet dog that I had whose name I picked out was Bella, but her name suited her. Her name did suit her. She was definitely a Bella. Miss Starbucks says, thanks, noteworthy fiction. Kay says, we currently have a turtle, a cat, and 3 dogs here. One dog is not ours, but we have had a few other dogs, some birds, and a snake. Oh, and fish. We had freshwater sharks and 2 other turtles. That is really cool. I love that. Turtles are really fun as well. I like the ones that, start out so small, the tortoises, and then like over time you just watch them get bigger and bigger. I This will tell you something about me. We on the road that I live on, I was turning in to go home, and there was this giant alligator snapping turtle. I mean, like, it was freaking huge. And there was this woman who was standing in the road trying to protect it. And I got scared because I thought like she was walking her dog and that the dog got hit. And so I'm like, I gotta help. Like, I don't know what's going on, but I gotta help. So I slowed down, and she's like, no, there's this snapping turtle, and I don't want to leave it because somebody's gonna hit it. So I get out of my car, and I'm obviously like, well, I gotta help. And so able to like get this other lady in her car to come over, and she goes and she gets a snow shovel. So I take the snow shovel and I just very quickly like scoop up. That turtle was freaking heavy, took up the entire snow shovel, so heavy. And I was running it across the road and put it down by the pond. And it was around the time that the Mario movie had come out. So I named it Bowser. I never saw Bowser again, which is a good thing because I don't want the alligator snapping turtle in the road. But even though I was trying to save its life, it absolutely did not think that I was, and would have bitten my finger off. Actually, this woman, the one who originally stopped, who, she was there with a little plastic garbage bag, like she was trying to like shoo it to go. And I looked at her, and she had no idea what kind of turtle it was. No idea. And I looked and I was like, that is an alligator snapping turtle. If you put your hand near its mouth, you will lose something. And she's like, oh, really? I had no idea. It's like, I don't know. I might have just saved that woman a couple fingers. No clue. But yeah, yeah. I totally get. I'm that person that wants to like save every animal possible. Kay says we love animals here. Absolutely. Nicole says love Zig and Zag. Me too. Faye says I want a rabbit, but my dog and cats would probably try to eat it. Yeah, Bubby, Bud's Barker's nickname. He chases them out in the yard. Fortunately, he has never succeeded in catching one. He has caught a mouse though, and I buried it because it made me really sad that he killed it. So yeah, we couldn't have a bunny either, but I do think that they're super cute. Cherry Cheetah says, I'm in the same time zone as Miss Starbuck. Good night, everybody. Bye. Good night. So happy that you came by. Thank you. And Nicole says, night, Cherry Cheetah. Well, fabulous. That was also a great discussion. So I'm going to go ahead and get the next reading sprint pulled up here. And this question I think is going to be really fun. It's another would you rather, but I thought it was kind of different. And that is, would you rather give up air conditioning and heating for the rest of your life or give up the internet for the rest of your life? Think about that one. Think about that one during sprints. And Kat says Luna caught a bunny and field mice. Sadly, I know. I hate it when that happens because you go, oh no. Because one, you have to like get it out of their mouth because you don't want them to eat said animal. And two, then you have to decide what you're going to do with said animal. So I get it. Kat says, not fair, Alex. I like to come up with the ones that make you have an existential crisis. Don't ask me why. That's just the way that it is on my channel. So I'm going to go ahead and get the kitty pulled back up, and I'm going to wish everybody happy reading. See you in a bit. All right, come on back. How did you do? I made it to page 43. I am really liking this. This book is quite vivid. There's not a lot of dialogue, which is kind of surprising. Most of it is like kind of author descriptions, but all of the people feel quite real, and I don't know. It's just very beautifully written so far. So, let me know how you did in your sprint. How many pages did you get through? Did you start a different book? And of course, my question for this sprint was, would you rather give up air conditioning and heating for the rest of your life or give up the internet for the rest of your life? So I got to scroll back up here. And Faye was the first to answer, and she said, the way the Canadian climate is changing for the ultra extreme, I think I'd rather give up the internet. That is very fair because at least summers here where I live haven't gotten like too much hotter, but I'm always scared of a really bad winter. Like, there's always that fear, especially when you have to worry about your pipes freezing. So I don't know. I guess people could say, like, you could always just leave your water running, right? But that's also a waste of water. So I don't know. Nicole says, I guess internet, no heat wouldn't be fun for the ice snowstorm that's rolling in. I don't have air conditioning where I live, but heat in the winter is a must. If you don't have air conditioning where you live, does that mean that you live in an area that's generally pretty cool, I guess you could say, in the summertime? Or is it just not a common thing where you live? I'm curious. You don't obviously have to tell me where you live. I'm just curious if it's generally kind of cooler there in the summer. And Kay says the turtle we have now is a rescue. He got ran over and we brought him home and then could not release him. Oh, I remember you mentioning that because didn't his shell get busted open? And I was curious if they did, if that happened. I saw this recently where vets, because their shells, of course, are bone, will try to like fuse them back together by putting like these clips on their shell and then like running a wire through them to kind of like help push them back together. I feel like I know we've talked about your turtle, but I can't remember if we talked about how he got injured. Does that make sense? I Forgive me if we did. A lot has happened since then, Kay. Kay says my son wants to be an animal rescuer when he grows up and then Santa when he gets older. Oh, that's adorable. He can retire and be Santa. You could tell him that he could technically if he wanted to. He could be like a Santa that travels around or like takes pictures with kids. That's adorable. I've never heard a kid say, I want to be Santa when I grow up. That's so cute. Mary Lou says, give up the internet. Just give it up. Now, Robert has an interesting comment. He says, emails, appointment confirmations, financials, movies, all internet. No AC isn't great. No heat would be abysmal. What's the third choice? Well, I mean, you're right that a lot of like accounting and everything is on the internet, though I would argue you technically could do almost everything by phone. But if I wasn't allowed to use the internet, does that also mean I can't use the internet at my job? Because if that's the case, I would have a very difficult time doing my current job, which means I would probably be fired, and that would be terrible. And finding another job where you don't need the internet is also kind of So if we're going by that logic, then I guess I would be forced to install a ton of fireplaces in my home so that I would be able to have heating that did not require electricity. In terms of air conditioning, I don't know. There's other countries that have mastered that very well of not needing air conditioning and things be naturally ventilated. My house would look very different from all of my neighbors. I think my HOA would hate me. Nicole says, finished Berserk number 13. Nice. Now to dive back into Murtaugh. I'm 134 pages in, but it's been a bit of a struggle to get into it. I probably should have reread the series leading up to the release of this one. Yeah, well, with the fact that it was a 4-book series and with as big as I know Aragon's not that large, but oh my gosh, Eldest, Brazinger and Inheritance. Got it. They're chunky books, so I could understand you not necessarily wanting to reread them. Could you go back and like read the Wikipedia, or like the Spark Notes version of it? You probably already did that, like as a refresher. Because I feel like that's a fair thing to do if you have read the books before, but you don't feel like rereading them. It's like, well, you're just getting a refresher. It's no problem. I don't think that I'll read Murtaugh if it's taken me this long to finally like. I swear this year I have made the decision at some point I am going to read Inheritance just so that I can be done with the whole series. I want to be done with it. I don't want it looming over me anymore. So then I can read his science fiction books, because I've also heard kind of mixed reviews about those, but generally it's been pretty positive. And those are also really long. Nicole says 20 pages and I give up the internet. I grew up without it and air conditioning. Oh, without heat and air conditioning. I always wanted air conditioning and still do, and heat. Yeah, absolutely. I totally get that. I feel like, I hate to say this, obviously we're on the internet, right? Like we're all talking together on the internet. I am grateful for the internet because it allows me to have these interactions with you all. But there is something quite peaceful, I guess, about the idea of not being on the internet, because I think everybody could do better with less social media. In truth, I hate to say that, but it is true. But I would miss you all terribly. So that would be the huge, huge downside. Ayo, Alex. Ayo, Lauren. How are you doing tonight? Have no idea how long you're going to stay on and hang out with us, but thank you for coming. I appreciate it. What are you up to tonight? How is your baby doing? Is he still fussy? And Kat says, okay, I could handle no heat in winter, but no AC in Louisiana would kill me. Yeah, that's a wet heat. that's the miserable kind of heat, because the heat and humidity is brutal. Yeah, especially in the summer months. So sadly, I'd have to let the internet go. That's fair. We would survive. I wonder how, like, some people say that with the advent of the internet, you feel less lonely because you get to meet people all around the world, which I would agree with since I started doing YouTube and doing these sprints. But before I did this part of YouTube and this part of the internet, I felt actually quite lonely, I guess you could say, because you see so much of the world and other people doing things that like you can compare yourself to like what other people are doing, and then it can make you feel bad about life. So I'm really happy to have found this area that actually brings me joy, because I feel like I don't spend as much time on like those other parts of the internet, if that makes sense, where it's like just trying to see what all the cool things everybody else is doing. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make sense, but hopefully it does. Kay says, just finished supper. Very nice. Hope it was tasty. Kat says, unless I could find a loophole. There's always a loophole somewhere. That's why you need a good lawyer. And Mary Lou says, Kay, you should read Of Time and Turtles. Such a good book. Oh, that sounds adorable. Of Time and Turtles. I'm going to guess it's a mystery, Mary Lou. Is it? Maybe I'm wrong. Nicole says, yes, generally cooler summers. A lot of Florida residents have summer homes in my area. When they go home, the skiers start flocking to the ski resorts. Yeah, that makes sense. I have never been skiing. Honestly, it looks like so much fun. I'm not going to say that I would necessarily be like great at it or anything, but I think I would do fairly okay, because I know that skis obviously are like a lot longer than skates, but I'm a really good inline skater. And so I feel like if I could figure out how to keep my feet straight so that my skates didn't cross unless I wanted to break, I would probably do okay. And snowboarding, I think I would do better at snowboarding than I would skateboarding, because skateboarding scares the crap out of me. I got injured one time when I was a kid on a skateboard, and I have been a little afeared of them ever since. So I don't know, but I want to do it at some point in my life. I wouldn't say I'm a daredevil by any means, but I'm one of those people that's not really afraid to do most things, like, zip lining and rock wall climbing and all that. Like, that's really fun. Obviously within reason. But yeah, I think it sounds like fun. And Kat says, during the sprints, I did first edit. Very nice. Now you get to go back through and nitpick everything. I'm curious, Kat, how long it takes you to edit your videos. Depending on, I know it depends on the length, of course, because some videos are like 5 minutes, end up being 5 minutes long, and other ones could be like close to an hour. So I guess it's not a fair question, but I would say if on average I had a video that was between 10 and 15 minutes, unless I was really flubbing when I was filming, I can usually do the editing, like if I really focused on it, in like an hour, hour and a half. Probably an hour and a half would be more reasonable. I've never timed myself. I'm gonna have to do that now because I'm curious how long it takes me. Making videos takes a long time. You learn to appreciate that when you start doing it. Kat says, my husband said no internet because he has his phone. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. As long as you can call people, right? You can pay your bills, you can do all sorts of stuff as long as you got your phone. And Kay says, Mary Lou just looked that book up and the turtle on the cover is so cute. I love that. Lauren says, Nicole, I did not love Murtaugh compared to the other books. Oh, Lauren, you read that? I didn't know that you were a fan of Aragon and Christopher Paolini. So that's a shame that you didn't end up really liking it, though. Did you read any of his sci-fi stuff or just the fantasy? It was so weird to see him come back after years of just complete silence from Paolini. It's weird. Kat says, I have only read Aragon twice. Well, I haven't read the last book, so I can't officially say this, but I would argue that of the 3 books in that series I have read, Aragon is my favorite. I'll put it that way. To me, that one was the best one. And Gay says, oh, our turtle shell is fine. It cracked, but not split open. Oh, good. We were more concerned with internal damage. Oh, poor baby. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm glad your turtle is doing better, though. You're good people. Lauren said, did not enjoy To Sleep in a Sea of Stars either. Okay, so you did read that. That's a shame. I was hoping that it was good, but like I said, I had heard mixed reviews. So I know it's not for everybody. Kay said, I would have to go with internet. I would miss you all too much, but I would be alive. It gets a little cold here. Yeah, that's the thing is like, technically, if it gets super cold, it's like a matter of life and death versus the internet, which is more a matter of social death, I guess, if you're on the internet a lot. It'd still be sad though, either way. And Lauren says, Harper says, hi, Harper. I hope you're doing something mermaid related that's fun. And Graham is still the hard kid. Oh, well, he's still a baby. So hopefully he'll grow out of that. You poor thing. I hope you all at least are getting some sleep. If he's a fussy baby, I know that can make it hard to get rest at night. So best wishes to you for that. Okay, says Nicole, Christian, we have a lot of summer Floridians here too. And Mary Lou says, no, LOL of Time and Turtles is about turtle rescues by the author of The Soul of an Octopus. Oh, I love that. I read it during nonfiction November. Oh, that's so cool. Hang on. I always keep a pad of paper over here. I've been moving everything around lately and just we're all allowed to be a mess sometimes, and I suppose you can at the beginning of a new year as well. Why not? Good a time as any. Okay. Of Time and Turtles. And then the soul. Of course, The Soul of an Octopus is going to grab me. Really, The Mountain and the Sea did something for me. I loved that book so much. And because Kat wanted me to wait, I am going to do a buddy read with you, Kat, in March for Remarkably Bright Creatures. I am going to do that with you. I'm going to wait. Even though I'm super excited for that book, I want to do a buddy read with you because the one time I was doing a buddy read, I had it scheduled. It was with a friend that I had made here on BookTube. And sadly, the month that we were to do the buddy read, she completely stopped making videos. She left BookTube. Her channel's still up, but she isn't active on it anymore, which I respect. Everybody got to do their thing, live their life. And sometimes you decide that something just takes too much time and it's not for you. It just made me sad because then I missed out on my one and only opportunity to buddy read with somebody. So Kat, You're going to be my first buddy read. Thank you, friend. Kat says, I've never been skiing and won't ever because I would crash. Well, the good news is if you fell down, you'd fall in the snow. So, I mean, unless somebody crashes into you or you hit a tree, you're really not going to get injured. And that's one of the things I like about it. Unlike skateboarding, which has to take place on the pavement. And I absolutely have gotten hurt doing that. And you said it takes me longer to film than edit unless I have a lot of graphics to insert. So many interruptions when filming, like 2D barking a lot. I get that. Yeah, my filming always is a lot more footage than what I end up with, just because you have like the pauses and the breaks and the number of times that I'm saying something. Like I'll be going along and I'm really happy with the way it's going, and then my brain goes too fast for my mouth, and then I mess up something, then I just get so frustrated because it's like, no, that was going to be a good take. So I totally understand. Yeah, filming always takes more time. Always, always. In cases, I'm the weird person where I live. I hate snow, never went skiing, made one snowman my whole life, went sledding 3 times, I think, and I really don't like hockey. I am a traitor to my state. I know. Well, honestly, that's not such a surprise because I am not a big fan of winter either. Like, I'm not a big fan of the cold, but that's mostly just because I'm a very cold-natured person. So being in like an 80-degree room, for example, would be sweltering to other people, but me, I'd be sitting there like, "Oh, this is nice." Just kinda like basking in it, in the warmth. My natural temperature that I want to keep my home is 74 to 75 degrees. Of course, I can't do that in the winter because my electric bill would be absolutely freaking ridiculous. So, no, I get it. I'm not a big fan of the cold. I do occasionally, if we have enough snow, like enjoy like a good snowball pelt, or to make like a tiny little snowman. I used to love sledding, but only with friends. I wouldn't like do it by myself. Hockey is a really cool sport. We do have a hockey team where I live, and I've gone with some friends to go to several different games, and every time it's just a ball. Like before I went to one, I didn't realize how like fast hockey was as a sport. Like it's just constantly moving, and that was just really cool to me. I loved that about it because I I like the sports that they keep moving because to me they're more interesting to watch than the ones that have to take breaks and pauses all the time. Though I do really love baseball. And I would argue baseball keeps moving though. Nicole says, I have read the first sci fi book of his and I really liked it, but it definitely has its flaws. I haven't bought the second one yet. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I was actually surprised when I went into a store to see that he had the sequel out. Again, after him taking forever to write, suddenly it's like, here's here's a sci-fi series and the sequel. It's like, wow, where'd you come from? Kay says, my brother broke his leg on the bunny hill. Never interested me. Oh man. I would want to know what he did to break his leg. Like, did he run into something? Did he fall wrong? Because I guess you could probably twist your leg pretty bad if you caught a ski the wrong way. Kat says, Tootie needs hiney wiping. He's the reason I was late for sprints. He's lucky. He's cute. Aw. Yeah. Well, Bubby, he just naturally likes to just bark in the middle of everything as well. That's why it's kind of amazing when he lays down and just chills for a while. I have wondered before when I'm doing sprints and he just falls asleep if he's enjoying the sound of my voice or if we're just lucky that like my neighbors aren't outside because that'll probably happen one day. Absolutely. Reading Robbie, hello. You said I would say goodbye to internet. I can't do Texas heat. I would die. Yeah, that's fair though. I do know, wasn't it 2 years ago you all had the really bad freezes and nobody was prepared for them and it caused like all sorts of damage to people's homes. Um, I heard that people had to burn their furniture because the freeze was so bad that like people were just like trying to keep their pipes from completely exploding in their homes. So I get it. Texas heat would be bad, but apparently a Texas winter isn't that great either. And Kat says, my office is atrociously messy. 1 foot in 2023 and the other in 2024. I was talking about that with Keaton today, Kat, after the stuff that I was dealing with this week, and I was like, 2024 is still going to be a good year. You're just kind of like cleaning up the stuff that was left in 2023, because that's definitely what I feel like I'm dealing with right now. I ended up finding out over my holiday break that a family member had been keeping their health problems from me for 6 months, which was really fun. Everybody else knew except me. And I ended up losing one of my friends at work because he decided to like move his schedule for his job. He knew for a month, didn't tell me, and then just wasn't there when I came back to work after the new year. And then the stuff with my car, and I was like, man, this week friggin' sucks. I don't know what's up, but y'all, I'm still feeling positive. Like it's we're heading into a new year. Everything's going to be good. Sometimes things are just rough for a little while. And Kat says, I'm so excited about our buddy reads Alex Octopus. Me too. It's going to be fabulous. We might have to figure out if we're going to do a show, Kat, together, because I've wanted to do a show with you if you'd be interested in that. That would be fun. Nicole says, Remarkably Bright Creatures was in my top 3 of what I read last year. That is awesome. I have really good feelings about it. I just know. That I'm going to love it. It's going to be fabulous. Mary Lou says The Soul of an Octopus is a great pairing with Remarkably Bright Creatures, which was my number 2 book of 2023. Yes, I love it. I'm gonna have to see if the library has The Soul of an Octopus, because that sounds so fun. I did write it down. I got it on a note card because that was the only paper I had available. Kay says snow can get icy, though, not to scare Kat. True. That's very true. Get packed really hard. Reading Robbie says, I went skiing a couple years ago for the first time and was surprisingly good at it. I grew up skating and rollerblading too, so I think you would catch on quickly. Very nice. Okay, that makes me feel better. I believe in myself. I can do it. If I ever went skiing, I'd have to take video of it because I'd probably laugh my butt off. Kay says someone skied over his ski. Okay, so somebody else caused his injury. It wasn't that he fell in the snow. Okay, that makes me feel, I guess. Well, that doesn't make me feel better. That sounds mean. But I'm glad that it wasn't that he just like fell over and then broke his leg. That would be terrible. Kat says, I also don't like to be cold or do outdoor cold activities. When it's cold, I love being inside near a crackling fire under a soft blanket, reading a book or watching a movie. I completely agree with that. Get you some hot cocoa. Or in the case of Keaton, what he did for me today was bring home freshly baked cookies, which was just the biggest treat ever. And it's like, yes, that is exactly what I would want on a day like today. Thank you. But he's precious. So, he's kind of the best. Kay says, that sounds wonderful, Kat. I agree. Reading Robbie says, yes, that was a horrible freeze. Texas weather is so bonkers. I mean, I understand that like crazy weather can happen anywhere, but when that freeze happened in Texas, I was like, the world is really messed up that could happen there, like in a place that nobody would expect it. And that's why the homes weren't built to withstand that. So my hope for you all is that you never ever experience that again, or even if it happens, that it doesn't happen for a long time. Poor people. Kat says, reading Robbie, your heat is similar to Louisiana heat. And Kat says, all Alex bummer on all those speed bumps. Hey, it's life. Happy to be above ground. Happy to be above the dirt. Happy to be here with you all. So it's a good day. And I think it was Pitbull that says, every day above ground is a great day. Remember that? And I do my best to always remember that. And you said, big hugs. Thank you. Big hugs back. You said, live show with you, Alex. Heck yeah. All right. Well, we will plan that. We'll email. We'll figure it out because I would love to plan one with you. That would be super fun. Yeah. I have ideas. Sorry, I had to pause because my brain had another idea of things that we could do. I'll talk to you about it. Okay. So on to the next reading sprint. I do want to ask, just because I gabbed for ages. I just do that sometimes. We've been going for 2 hours, 45 minutes. I'll do another, I can do another set of 2 30-minute sprints, or I could do one 45-minute sprint. if you guys are feeling tired and you want to go into your weekend, I totally get that. But if you would like to do two more, we can do two more. So just let me know. Kat says, I'm grateful to still be treading water. Yes, my friend. I'm right there with you, but you're you dealing with the stuff with your mom is like extra hard, and I would never claim that the stuff I'm going through is even half as bad as what you're dealing with. So, I'm just like I'm always thinking of you. I'm always wishing you the best, Kat. You always have people who are thinking of you. And Kay says, I went to Texas about 20 years ago and it snowed for a week. I went to Florida even more years ago and it snowed there. This is why I'm stuck where I am. No one wants me to bring the snow with me. That is crazy. I mean, I'm sure it was an odd coincidence, of course. Like, obviously, you don't have anything to do with the weather, but that's really weird that it came with you those two times. Weird. Mary Lou said 2 30-minute sprints. Okay. And Kat says, I second Mary Lou. Well, fabulous. I will get the next question up, which is this is to go with the positivity of being in the new year. So I want you all to tell me, think you can think about it during the next sprint, is what are you most looking forward to in 2024? I want to know what you are the most excited about. It could be any number of things, big or small, doesn't matter. Tell me what you are the most excited about. And Kat says, appreciate you, Alex, and our booktube community helps me cope. I'm, yeah, right there with you and always appreciate you, Kat. Everybody loves you. You're fabulous. Always remember that. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get our little kitty friend pulled up here, and I'm going to wish you all happy reading again. And I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Where are you in your book or in your projects or whatever you're doing tonight? I made it to page 53 of Pachinko, and it's getting saucy. I almost said spicy, and I'm like, no, it's not spicy, but it is saucy. In that there are things that are finally happening in the plot that make me go, ooh, I like that. So yeah, this is really good so far. I'm hoping that it continues. I always love it when I can tell that a book is good from the beginning and then it stays that way. That brings me joy. Let's see. Kay said right before the break, Kat, our thoughts are with you. Hugs. Kat said, love. Kay said, I am looking forward to spring. And this, of course, is in response to my question, what are you most looking forward to in 2024? And honestly, Kay, I'm really looking forward to spring as well. One of the gifts that I got for my memo this year was a Lowe's gift card, which is always a great gift for a homeowner because I cannot even begin to tell you how much money I've spent at Lowe's. But she gave me this gift card specifically to buy flowers. So I'm really looking forward to spring because then I get to go flower shopping, and I'm probably going to end up buying some hostas and figuring out where to put them outside so that I don't burn them to a crisp. So I'm looking forward to that. I always love spring and that smell of spring. There is like a very specific and distinct smell to it as well. But we still got a ways to go. A long ways to go. Faye says, graduating, crying face. I'm so exhausted. I've been picking away at this degree for as long as I can remember, and I want my life back. Bless your heart, Faye. Well, if this is your year for graduating, then that is incredible and good for you for going through all of that to get your degree. Getting a degree is hard. It takes, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and I hope that you're proud of yourself. I'm proud of you for doing that. That is a ton of work. Robert says, sprints, no reading. Cooked a couple of burgers for the daughter and I. Love a good burger. 2024, I want to get 2 oversized armchairs and a compact queen sofa bed. A new library in the making. Oh, that's awesome. That's the thing I love about changing up pieces of furniture at a time is like all of a sudden it feels like a completely new space. That's what I did with my office, as you all know. This year it went from being, or actually I should say in 2023, because it's a different year now. In 2023, it went from being a storage room that was like only full of like random junk to an actual office. And man, like just a couple pieces of furniture here and there just changes everything up. So that's awesome. I'm happy for you. Kaz says, during the sprints, I watched my video with minor edits. Nice. Now waiting for it to export to my iPad. That's awesome, Kat, this is the incredible thing. Even with all the stuff you've been doing, even with how busy you are and all the running around, you still have been making videos. Like you're still popping them out. And I wanted to tell you, congratulations on breaking 700 subscribers. Your channel just like, I blinked one day and it was like over 600, and I checked it again because I was like, I wonder how she's doing. It's 715. Oh my God. 2024 is your year, Kat. That's awesome. I'm very happy for you. Leisha says, I'm back. The lighthouse was great. Some really excellent shots and fantastic acting. Awesome. I'm going to actually write that down. Keaton and I have been trying to branch out and watch movies that neither of us have seen before. And I can guarantee you that he has not seen that. And I have never heard of it. So I'm writing that down. I have to check that out. Thank you. Kat says, I am most looking forward to the gaining back my time in 2024. I'm feeling fractured right now. It's the first time I have started a new year feeling overwhelmed and disorganized. Completely understand that. And while I have not been in your situation, Kat, so I can't necessarily sympathize. I appreciate what you're going through, and I hope that it will be resolved for you very soon. I know we all do, because you're just dealing with entirely too much. Like nobody should be dealing with what you're dealing with anytime, and your mom shouldn't be either. but carrying that into a new year is even worse. So I'm sorry for that. It will get better though. Kay says, I have no idea where that sprint went. Time just flew by. That's what it's like coming to these sprints. Nicole says 20 pages down. Very nice. You all have been getting some good reading in. I've been slow. Tonight. My brain keeps drifting off and then I come back. But it's not because of the book by any means, because the writing is excellent. It's just my brain. Alicia says, I'm rooting for you, Kat. You got this. And Nicole says, I am most looking forward to our move this summer. Exciting times. I'm excited for you as well. And I hope that goes as smoothly as it possibly can. Moving is really stressful. I don't want to do it anytime soon. I joked when I bought my house, I was like, I'm going to be here for at least a decade, because I was moving pretty much every single year for a long time there. One, because I was a college student, but two, because I would go to an apartment and then I would get a different job and then I'd move to be closer to said job, because like the city I was living in, I kept getting jobs that were like not right there where I lived. And so, yeah, moving is stressful and I hope that goes well for you. And Kay says, things that make you go, Faye says, I finished book the 5th of La Fontaine's Fables. Very nice. And Mary Lou says, so far, I am most looking forward to starting a new Bible discussion group with my husband next week. Hopefully someone will come. I hope so for you as well. I know that's very enriching and meaningful, and I hope that you can get like a really nice group going. That's a lovely idea. Kay says, yes, I want to get my garden back. Start growing veggies. I would love to have a vegetable garden, but admittedly, I would probably start very small. I thought about getting one of those carts, that you have like the bed on top and then like where you can put your watering can and stuff down below, that I'd be able to wheel around and like place somewhere in my yard, that I wanted to try to like see if I could grow veggies. That way I didn't tear up my grass immediately and then accidentally kill everything. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll do that this year. That would be fun. Faye says, thanks, Alex. Yeah, absolutely, Faye. Absolutely. Nicole says, congrats, Kat. And Mary Lou says, that's fantastic, Kat. And Alicia says, congrats, Kat. You'll hit 1,000 in no time. I agree. 1,000, and she'll get the watch time hours, so then she can be making that AdSense money. And Faye says, nice, Kat. Lots of people are excited about your readathons. And Alicia says, the guy that directed The Lighthouse is also directing the new Nosferatu movie that comes out this year. Very cool. I hope that ends up being good too. Kat says, my overnight growth is thanks to Lindsay at Lindsay's Little Library and Sarah at Sarah's Nightstand. They invited me as a guest for their first round of 5-star predictions for 2024. That's awesome. That's really awesome. I need to watch that video, Kat. I need to see it because I haven't gotten a chance to watch it yet. So I'm going to do that this weekend. I'm sure it's a great video. I've seen a lot of people have tuned into that one. Nicole says, we've been here 15 years, so I'm ready to go. Thanks. Okay, yeah, then I totally get that. It's like ready for a change is very different than like moving around all the time. So good for you. That's awesome. Kat says, if I could gain some time, I could do a celebratory video on first year anniversary and hitting a milestone. You know what? You might end up finding that time, Kat. You never know. But if you don't immediately, then maybe when you hit 1,000 subscribers, you never know. Mary Lou says, thank you, Alex. Yes, absolutely. I wish everybody the best. It's just that's the vibe I always want to give off. That's why I hate when I come on here and I'm like, something bad happened, because then I feel like I'm just like complaining and I look like a negative Nelly. And it's like, no, I swear, like I try to always like see the good in things and see the good in people and believe that things will be good. That's what keeps me going, really. And Kat says, it will be year 2 at the rate I'm going. What, for getting 1,000 subs? No, that not even remotely close. Girl, you were like 580 somewhere around there, right? And that was like right around Christmas, and now you're at 715 and you think it's going to take you until your 2nd year anniversary? Hell no. No, sorry. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Heck no, it's not going to take you that long. I promise. I said, Kat, thanks, my friends. He said, did you like The Lighthouse, Alicia? Yeah, she did. She said that it was really good. Let me go back up. I'll reread her comment again. She said, The Lighthouse was great. Some really excellent shots and fantastic acting. And Kay said, LOL. I know. Here's the thing. I could curse on here. I know that I could. It's not like I'm going to be flagged or anything, but I feel like it's deeply impolite. So I'm trying not to be like, "Meh." I don't want to like curse like a sailor on here unless it accidentally slips out. Kat says, I believe there is always a silver lining. That's the way. It's the way to be. It's one of the reasons why we're friends, Kat. It's one of the reasons why you all are lovely people is because I think that the general vibe that happens here is just very positive, and I love that for us. Kay says, I get it. There are places that I try not to, too. And Kat says, I meant at the rate I'm going, I will be year 2 before creating the video. Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying. That maybe. I guess it depends on which milestones, right? Because there's different milestones that you could do. But, when you do year 2 celebration, I didn't do a 1 year for mine. I wasn't like, yeah, I did it 1 year. I think the only mention I have of it actually was on one of my live shows and just like telling you all I got well wishes then. So I get it. Sometimes you just don't have a video. Heck, I told you all before, I want to do my 2023 stats video, which was the second video I ever made on YouTube ever, my stats for 2022. And I did that in December. And I'm like, well, crap, it's January now. I hope anybody's still interested in that. The stats from last year. Alicia says, Kat, I did really like it. The shots and the acting were both amazing. Yeah. The Lighthouse. Very cool. So, this is going to be the last sprint of the night, everybody, and I'm actually kind of laughing, Kay, because you've now expressed how much you hate the snow, and so I guess I find this next question very funny because I already know what your answer is going to be, but that is, would you rather build a snowman or an indoor fort? I wonder what you're going to say. But be sure to think about that while we're on our next sprint. And Nicole says, I want to start doing lives. They're such great times. They are, and you absolutely should. And I would join them. Nicole, I need to go check out your channel as well. I'm going to make a note to do that this weekend too, because I want to see them. And then Kat says, yay, glad you enjoyed it, Alicia. Agree 100%. And I'm not going to start reading your answers to this question until after we come back from the sprint, just to let you all know. That way I can start the next one. Nicole says, definitely want to hear your stats. I'm still seeing videos on them, so no worries. Okay, that's good. At least I'm not too tardy to the party. And Reading Robbie says, sorry, went and grabbed some pizza. You never have anything to apologize for when you need to take a break. During that sprint, and the line was super long. I'm a teacher, so I'm looking forward to summer break. LOL. Yeah, that's the thing is, so my neighbor, one of my closest friends and one of the people I play trivia with is a math teacher. And I get to hear from her about how like much work there is during the year. And she's like, some people talk about teachers and they think that, it's like we don't deserve having an entire summer off, but we do, so many hours of work a day, between the teaching and the grading and the parent conferences and tutoring and all this stuff that's like really the summer break is like if you had evenings to yourself. So I totally understand that. And Kat says, do it, Nicole. So we're all rooting for you. And so the sprints are gonna start now, everybody. And I'm gonna go ahead and get those pulled up. So this will be the last one for the evening. And I'm gonna see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. It's funny, I had forgotten for like 5 minutes to actually start the timer, so I had to look back at when the last comment timestamp was and try to start it from there. So I think we went a little bit over 30 minutes, but that's perfectly fine. I didn't think anybody seemed to care. So let me know how you did with your reading. This, of course, was the last sprint of the evening, so I'm glad that we could do this. I mean, the fact that it's been over 4 hours, just the time just flies. It's crazy to me. So let's see here. All right. So, would you rather build a snowman or an indoor fort? And Kay, of course, said indoor fort always. And Faye says, I love snow, but indoor forts are the best. And Alicia says, indoor fort. You can't read inside a snowman, which, oh, that's a great comment. That's awesome. Mary Lou says, oh, definitely stay inside where it's warm and make the fort. 100%. Faye laughing at Alicia. So is Kay. Haha, no, not yet. And Kat says teachers live for summer break. Talking to Reading Robbie, of course. Not sure if he's still there or not. And Nicole says, LOL, Alicia. Kat's laughing. Faye says, I really want to build a blanket fort now. Me too. And I have a bunch of dining room chairs that I feel like I could do it with. I have not built a fort in my house, and until today, I didn't really think about doing it. But I might want to this weekend because I have that neck light that I love to use, and I could get in there and I could put my neck light on and I could read. I would just have to find somewhere that I could lean. So I'd have to probably build it against a wall, but that's perfectly fine. I think Barker would get under there with me, but he would be extremely, extremely confused. Kay says, exactly, Alicia. And Kat says, indoor fort outfitted with cozy blankets, books, and snacks. Well, that's the way to do it. I love the people who turn those alcoves under their staircases into like little nooks where they go and they rest. Like I've seen people put TVs in them. I've seen people start libraries. It's crazy, like the creativity that some people have. But I don't have a set of stairs, so I can't have a book nook. But sorry, I'm listening to Barker. Sounds like he's coughing, like he's got something stuck. Give me just 1 second. Bubby? Bubby? You okay? Just get too excited? He's okay. He is perfectly fine. He gets like really excited sometimes and his breathing gets off and I could just hear it. So I wanted to make sure because I gave him a little treat toy, a popsicle to chew on, and I wanted to make sure he wasn't choking. But no, he's just being a goober. And Nicole says, indoor fort. I always made pillow blanket forts to read in as a kid. Oh, I love that. I never did that at my house ever, which is just a darn shame. Robert says, a snowman, snow person. We're supposed to get 3 to 6 inches tomorrow in New Jersey, so maybe I'll get out and build a mini snowman. Oh, and we need more reviews with expletives from you in 2024. Yeah, that's fair. I definitely curse more when I am impassioned about something, and usually that passion is like frustration with something. But yeah, that might happen, Robert. You're actually, I can pretty much guarantee that it will. You will end up getting your wish. And good luck building that tiny snowman. At the very least, you can have a snowball fight. You know, you could even build a hand-sized snowman, put like 3 in one and then throw it at your daughter. That would be funny. Nicole said, I was wondering how I got more reading in 23 pages. Very nice. Alicia says, I was working on cataloging my books. Ooh, very nice. I love a good catalog. Nicole says, snowman, so rare to get the right snow for it. True, because you have to have wet snow instead of powdery snow. And Kat says, watched my video for a second time and it's now uploading to YouTube. I answered texts and looked over a couple of emails. Very nice. And Kat says, I love watching Passionate Alex. Okay, you got me. I try to ride that line between like I guess a degree of professionalism of like being serious in my reviews because I want people to like take it seriously, but I also like it when I can get a good zinger in there, and I feel like I haven't done that as much lately. I don't really know why. I even realized that before you all mentioned it. Buddy, he's getting excited. He wants me to chase him. That's why he's doing that. I guess it's good that we're at the end of the sprint so I can go and chase my dog who desperately wants me to. But yeah, maybe I'll go back to having all my zingers again. And Kat says, I love that activity, Alicia. Yes. Bubby, I'm sorry. Just give me a minute. Now he's just mad at me. He's like, you didn't listen, Mom. He'll come back. He'll come back. And then Kat said, he is adorable. He is. And he is my boy, and he knows it, and he's spoiled rotten. So whenever he decides he wants to play, I immediately drop everything, usually, and just go and I take care of him. Sprints are a little bit different because I can't do that easily, but it's okay. And Faye says, thanks for sprints. Have a good night, everyone. Yes. So I will go ahead and I will wish you all a lovely night. Thank you for coming to hang out with me. As always, it has been a great time, and I wish you a fabulous weekend. Uh, just go and either be super comfy and be lazy and do what you want, or go out and do something fun and do what you want. But at the end of the day, do whatever you want. That's all I can hope for you. So I'm going to wish you all good night and goodbye. Nicole said, I expected my channel to be Panda and Zen, and instead I'm all scattered and unicorns. I love that. I am going to check out your channel this weekend, Nicole, and I'm really looking forward to it. So you will be seeing comments from me. Alicia says, yes, I'm over 400 books in, not too much more to go. And then Barker. Well, good job, Alicia, with your cataloging, and good luck. With the rest, sounds like you're well on your way. Nicole said, night, Faye. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, everyone. Y'all are amazing. Yes, everybody is. And Alicia says, thanks for sprints. You were most welcome. Nicole says, thanks for hosting, Alex. Bye, all. Mary Lou says, thank you, Alex. You're welcome. Nicole, thank you. Robert, have a great night, everyone. Good night.